So I'm doing it now. Yeah, I'm in the lab when no one's around. It's so
The 29th season in WNBA history tips off today.
Featuring a record-high 44 regular season games and the 5th Commissioner's Cup in league history, this season will be one for the books.
Experience all the thrills of WNBA action in NBA 2K25, including the W, which features the first woman My Player in NBA 2K history.
We caught up with her recently to chat about her experience in this groundbreaking role.
Hello, 2K TV. I think coming onto set and everyone that I've known for years and years.
Meet me at the gym. I feel like the janitor. It's only me in the stew. I feel like the janitor. When all the lights are dim, I'm like the janitor. For all the work I do, I'm like the janitor. Everyone else punched the clock, even though I was in first. They at the crib, got one leg up, but it's me winning like that.
To meet your starting five.
A look at Indiana's starting group. They've got Connect and it's Shays in at the 4 slot. And for the Nets, we've got Ball, and it's the General in at the 5. And it's the Pacers to start out. A battle of the big men. Grab some popcorn for this face-off at the center position tonight, Grant.
Oh, no question, B.A. I mean, these bigs bring the size and skill. Who has more tools in their toolkit? I mean, we're about to find out.
Indiana on offense. They're getting their first look of the season at Brooklyn in this one.
They'll be looking for payback after grabbing the short straw in the season series last year.
Yeah, and 2 mid-tier teams trying to get a leg up in the conference, guys. We'll see what happens.
Out of bounds, it'll be Indiana's ball. And for an idea of how the league is shaping up right now, take a look at these latest power rankings. Taking a look at Detroit, they're building some momentum right now and aiming for a spot in the top 5.
When I look at the Nets, they're going in the wrong direction. The good news, it's still super early in the season. Lots of games still to be played and lots of time to flip the switch.
Here's Gilmore trying to make up for his poor performance in that loss to Detroit. Out of bounds, it'll be Indiana's ball. The Pacers have gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. Here's Waters. They get it back. Shays. And rejected. And they recover it.
It is. I mean, no reason to back off and give him the layup. Much better off making him go to the line.
Indiana shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
2 shots.
And he makes the first. That one falls, so he hits both of them. They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
And that's 2 awful trips in a row resulting in turnovers.
Here in the first, a little over a minute played so far.
Well done on the glass. Gets himself in position where he can use his size.
Here's Gilmore. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Ball with a steal. And we're about a minute and a half into the first quarter. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. The Pacers have gone 0 for 6 from the floor. Shaky start. You know, Grant, you talk to scouts about Stephon Castle. They just feel like this guy's a winner.
Well, certainly we saw that in Connecticut. Now, as a freshman, he was a key piece in their title run. He actually turned up his game in the tournament, and that's rare for any freshman.
That'll be a 5-second call.
They just continue to struggle. Turnovers have been a big issue.
Yeah, 5 already, and they've just been too casual, too much profiling out there to start the game.
And around 2 minutes played here in the first quarter.
So hard to get a shot past Artis Gilmore because he's big, he's deep, and he's got those long arms. Nice block there.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Looking at our leaderboard here, last year the teams that made an art out of transitioning from defense to offense. Brooklyn, second.
It seemed like almost every time they forced an error, they converted on it. Not just winning turnovers, but taking them to the bank.
Here's Hamilton. Shays passes to Waters. Here's Shays. Takes the three. Weber pulls it in.
He's got to take a back seat right now. When you're ice cold, you can't just keep gunning.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
First in rebounding, and they clinched the #1 spot for assist. No team played as unselfishly as these guys, always sharing the ball and setting each other up for success.
And putting up the most points in the league. They were the offense that no one wanted to face. And here in the first, approaching 3 minutes played. Nets trail by 4. Here's the general. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana leading by 4. Time called here. Indiana decides to talk it over. Still very early, Clark, but some teams off to a blistering start.
Well, my motto, Brian, is that you can enjoy it and should while it lasts. Everybody's going to hit some air pockets and turbulence at some point. It's how you navigate that determines the outcome of your season.
And here in the first, about 3 minutes in, to the wing, right side. Here's Waters. And Indiana misses again.
I love how they've attacked the boards here in the first quarter.
Yeah, I like the way they're setting the tone. Really playing with a lot of energy here at the start.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana leading by 4. First quarter of action, just under 3.5 minutes played. Pass to Hamilton. Indiana again missing.
Almost too wide open there. That's like a warm-up jumper for him.
Here's Gilmore. No points so far. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. Pass to Shays. Here's Waters. Here's Connect. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
Off the inbound pass. The shot by Shays, no good.
Man, miss after miss for him. When you're having a quarter like this, the only beneficiary is the defense.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Pacers leading by 6. Got a piece of it. Out to the right wing. And here's Connect outside. Brooklyn pulls it in. Gilmore's got 6 rebounds here tonight.
Just the way they've gotten after rebounds has been impressive.
Yeah, sensational is a really good word for it. They're tearing it up on the glass.
And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. Indiana's gone 0 for 3 from downtown. Pass to Shays. Offensive board. Second chance shot. Tries yet again. Brooklyn pulls it in.
He still hasn't been able to convert from the field. He's just struggling to find his shot.
Here's the General. Still without a bucket. And out of bounds. The Pacers will take it. Indiana leading by 6. Here's Waters. Pass to Connect. Out to the right wing. Here's Waters. And so it looks like the Pacers will retain possession here.
Indiana basketball.
To Hamilton. Here's Cowens. Pocket 6.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish.
Really piling on the lead with a dunk like that.
Timeout called. Brooklyn.
Yeah, hoping to tap into something that'll get them clicking.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be the focus of this timeout. They need to come up with a spark to get the offense going.
Show from the Brooklyn Nets.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation.
Yeah, he's just been extremely careless thus far. I mean, too early to have 3 turnovers in a game.
Well, I think he can actually execute better if he simplifies things and just stays with the game plan. So far, the execution's been poor.
Shot from the inbound, and he lays it up and in. Cowens has got his second bucket of the night.
The D hasn't been quick enough to react to the ball inside. That's helped cause this run.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
And it's been a sluggish start for him. What happened to valuing each possession?
I agree with you. Already 4 turnovers for him. You've got to trust your offense, and you've got to trust your teammates.
Here's Waters. Gilmore grabs the miss. Gilmore's got 7 rebounds in the game.
And just unable to get anything going tonight. I mean, his teammates have really bailed him out.
Just 5 to shoot. And they turn it over. Shot clock violation as the buzzer sounds.
4th and second chance points. And they did a good job of getting stops when they needed them. But then they had some lapses that caused them to give up runs. I think it's just a matter of focus for this team.
And what saved them in a lot of games, the second chance points. They were relentless on the offensive glass. Tries to break his ice. And yep, that's going to be a flagrant one. Unnecessary contact.
Ooh, hard foul. You can't let him get away with that level of contact.
That's a simple call for the officials to make. Everyone knows the league is cracking down on that kind of intimidation tactic. The first one falls.
Shays is a guy who excels not just at scoring, but rebounding too, both at a high rate. This guy is a double-double machine.
That one misses. Grant, in terms of scheduling, you see any way to eliminate back-to-backs?
You know, I'm not a big fan of eliminating back-to-backs, but to answer your question, BA, you have 2 choices. Either fewer regular season games or extend the season by a few weeks. I don't think either one of those options is in our future.
Pass to Shays from the arc. And Arenas pulls it down.
Yeah, just a little off his game this quarter. He's trying to work his way into a rhythm.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. With a break here, let's see which teams racked up the assists during last year's campaign. Brooklyn, number 1.
It was a joy to watch these guys play. Constant ball movement and player movement. Defenses were worn out by the end of games.
Indiana on offense. 11 unanswered points for him. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
Now a timeout called by Brooklyn, and something that makes SGA so dangerous on offense, his elite drive and kick ability.
Yeah, you have to load towards him when he comes off a high pick. He just draws so much attention and can find another cutter or a spot-up shooter. He has so much gravity to his game.
Dillingham's checked in for Indiana. That'll be a 5-second call.
I think he's gotten a little too careless and sloppy as well, turning the ball over twice in just the last 3 minutes. You know, these mistakes can start to add up if he's not careful.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. To the inside, Johnson.
Oh, my.
Big time right there.
Nasty! Boy, Johnson showing you that impressive leaping ability. Terrific at rising up for the throwdown.
Just an awesome display of athleticism on our AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation.
Staggering amount of turnovers. This coaching staff cannot be happy.
Not at all, guys. I mean, all these mistakes and miscues have really hamstrung their effort.
Pass to Dillingham. Back to Johnson. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Thurman. The rebound by the Nets. Defeated by Detroit in their last game. They'll try to put that one behind them.
There was just no sense of urgency to hit the offensive glass. They have to be disappointed in the lack of second chance points.
Yeah, I agree. Hard to win games when every offensive possession is one shot, then a jog back the other way to play defense.
And it's Indiana's ball. 15 points in a row. A good run right now. Arenas' shot is off.
Would you say testing the limits of his range there?
You know, guys, I think he's got confidence to shoot it from anywhere, but he could have gotten a better one than that.
Nets trail by 15. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Pacers leading by 15. Pass to Thurman. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Wide open look. Thurman's shot is off.
You can't ask for a cleaner look than that. He just couldn't deliver.
Here's Arenas. Yet to see a basket. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana on offense. 15 points in a row. A good run right now. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Johnson. Tipped. Here's the general. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Pacers leading by 15. Here's Thurman. Oh, a nice one-handed slam right there.
Yeah, the guard instincts of Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, fantastic work dishing the rock to uncover teammates.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
His turnover numbers are certainly not good. Ugly, as a matter of fact. It's not the only reason they're behind, though, but it is a factor.
Pass to Dillingham. Takes a three. Gilmore grabs the miss. Gilmore's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana dominating the game. Pass to Johnson. Tipped away. Here's the general. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for the Indiana Pacers. Coming off a win against the Hornets.
You have to respect their ability to stay consistent away from home. Keeping their cool and making quality shots.
Well, efficiency is critical, and I love how they ran their offense and got quality shots out of their sets.
stolen. Here's Arenas. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana leading by 19. Here's Johnson. Got a piece of it, and he recovers it. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Johnson. The rebound by the Nets. Weber's got 4 rebounds in the game. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Out of bounds. Indiana ball.
They've been making plays at both ends during this run, Grant.
When you're in a groove like this, there's no better feeling.
And it's Connect missing. Connect's gone just 1 of 5 from the floor. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. The Pacers shooting just 22% in the early stages of this one. Pass to Johnson. Here's Thurman. Rebounded by the Nets. Gilmore's got 9 rebounds now. Nets trail by 19. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Here's the group of players who had the most steals in the league last season. 4th, LaMelo Ball.
Last year, he was really opportunistic defensively, creating havoc.
Ooh, poked away. And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. A minute 15 left in the opening quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. And it's off from 3-point range.
Defense dodged a bullet that time. Total breakdown.
And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. Indiana leading by 19. Pass to Dillingham. This one for 3. Weber pulls it in. Weber's got his 5th rebound in this one.
Tough break for the defense. I mean, he took the hit, but he didn't get the call.
Yeah, but he was late to get there, so the referee couldn't give him a free pass on that one.
That'll be a 5-second call.
And this has been a problem for him tonight. Way too many turnovers.
There's 38 seconds left in the first quarter. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. The general pulls it in. Nets trail by 19. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. They're looking to extend this run some more.
Yeah, they're operating very efficiently at the moment.
A nice shot by Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander's gotten his 2nd bucket on the night.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on them.
Johnson finds Gilgeous-Alexander. Thurman. Ball with the rebound. Ball's got rebound number 5 here tonight. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. We're at the end of the first, and what a blowout already in this one. Indiana ahead, opening up a huge gap. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the other side of this break. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. Quite a position here for the Pacers to be in. What do you guys think?
It's simple. Offensively, they limited their turnovers. Defensively, they forced turnovers.
Yeah, I like the way they forced a ton of turnovers and then took advantage of those turnovers with opportunistic baskets.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation.
That's a costly error. Now let's see how they bounce back.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
We've got ball, and it's Weber in at the 3. That's the Nets 5 as we get into the second quarter.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Out of bounds, it'll be Pacers ball. Pacers leading by 21. Here's Waters. Outside Johnson. Off target with the 3.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
Here's Waters. Pass to Hamilton. No good on the shot. Ooh, excellent D there from Ball. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
And the upcoming schedule for Indiana. On Friday, they go back home and will be hosting the Boston Celtics. Then on Sunday, they kick off a road trip in Toronto where they'll take on the Raptors.
And that game against Sacramento, it's the second game of a back-to-back, so you know there'll be some heavy legs out there. Playing that much basketball in that short amount of time really takes its toll on your body.
Waters, the pass to Shays. Here's Hamilton. Rebounded by the Nets. Gilmore's got 11 rebounds in the game. Nets trail by 21. And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. Pacers leading by 21. And here in the second with about a minute and a half gone by. Here's Arenas. He's scoreless. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. For Indiana, they've got nothing to go in this quarter. 0 for 5. A step back shot. Waters can't hit.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
One side is dominated tonight.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of imposing their pace and style of play.
And Indiana misses again. Now the Nets with it. Looking ahead, they've got the Mavericks coming to town for their next one. That'll be the second of a two-game stretch at home. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Time called here. Indiana decides to talk it over. Grant, when you talk about consistency and officiating game to game, you think there's room for improvement?
You know, I do think so. I mean, they're allowing more contact, but overall, more clarity on what constitutes legal guarding position would help players and officials.
And always interesting to look back at last season. These were the NBA's best transition teams. Number 1, the Nets.
If this team had a chance to push it last season, they did. The best fast break team in the league.
And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for the Indiana Pacers. And here in the second quarter of action, just a hair under 2.5 minutes played. Nets trail by 21. Here's Gilmore. Still no points. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. Indiana on offense. Still looking for their first basket since the first quarter. Here's Waters. Pass to Shays. Floats one up. The General pulls it in. The General's got rebound number 5 here tonight.
Yeah, he just flat out tricked that one, missed it, and has no one to blame but himself.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Indiana leading by 21. Here's Waters. Pass to Hamilton. Three-pointer. Waters can't hit.
Tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down. That's his second foul of the first half. Not a big deal yet, but something to keep an eye on.
And here in the second quarter of action, as we approach 4 minutes played. Pass to Hamilton. Johnson with it. The 3-ball. Brooklyn pulls it in. Gilmore's got 15 rebounds here tonight. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. And here's Indiana now. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. Here's Waters. Pass to Hamilton. Outside Johnson. Waters, the pass to Johnson. Here's Shays. And he jams it home with authority.
Offense has been hard to come by so far. A much-needed bucket right there.
Yeah, it's been a defensive battle, to say the least, partner. Good to see at least somebody got the ball in the basket. Finally.
Time called here. The Nets decide to talk it over now. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
A new day. The Spurs' Victor Wembanyama said a few years back it was more of a guards game, but now it's come back to a big men's game. We've got guys all around the league who do a lot of stuff despite being very tall. It's the way the game changes. You just have to adapt. Brian, the gauntlet has been thrown.
And I like it. Good stuff, Allie. Thank you. They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
And that's his third turnover of the quarter. He's got to slow things down.
Pass to Waiters. Launches a 3. That's tipped. Here's the general. No points yet. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana leading by 23. Here's Waters. Pass to Shays. Here's Hamilton, hounded by Ball. Poke loose. Here's Shays. The shot from the low post is good. Shays has got 4 points now in the quarter.
He's a producer. It's part of their plan to get him as many touches as possible.
That'll be a 5-second call.
Their poor ball handling is really costing them. They've given up 4 points off turnovers.
And when you're behind like they are, you can't afford those kinds of mistakes and empty trips.
Pass to Waiters. Fires the three. Brooklyn pulls it in.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana dominating the game. They lead by the biggest margin of the game, 25.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Here's the general. No made baskets yet. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. Down low. Here's Cowens. And he goes in for the dunk.
I'll tell you what, his vertical is awesome, off the charts. A short center who still makes his presence felt.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
Well, guys, if you want to know why the score is what it is, look at their turnovers this quarter.
That's been the culprit, the turnovers. I mean, TOs, those kinds of mistakes, have really kind of drained their confidence to this point.
Knocks it loose. And it's out of bounds to Indiana.
Pacers ball.
Dillingham's checked in for Waters.
Dillingham.
Here's Connect to the middle. Hamilton. It's deflected. Here's Gilmore. And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. They've got a commanding lead.
It just seems like everything is going their way.
Here's Dillingham. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Pass to Cowens. The General pulls it in. The General's got 7 rebounds in the game. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. Looking at last year, here were the players that led the way in terms of overall scoring. LaMelo Ball, #1.
For him, it was a season to remember, and I think his fans would say the same.
And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Really nice job moving the ball around that time, picking apart that defense.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
It's hard enough to win in the NBA, but when you turn the ball over, it's much harder.
Well, you put yourself in a tough spot. I mean, 8 points yielded off turnovers this quarter already.
Indiana making a switch here. Gilgeous-Alexander's checked in. Pass to connect. Over to the wing. And here's Dillingham from the arc. Ball with the rebound. And so it's Ball with it. He brings it up for the Brooklyn Nets. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Outside Gilgeous-Alexander. And here's Dillingham from the arc. Gilmore grabs the miss. Gilmore's got rebound number 17, if you can believe that. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
Here's Indiana. They've gone on an 8-0 run. Pass to connect. Here's Cowens. The General pulls it in. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. I like how they're controlling the pace, Grant.
Yeah, they must continue to build on this run.
And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. Pass to connect. Here's Cowens. To the paint. Here's Thurman. The rebound by the Nets. Ball's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Here's Indiana. Good momentum. 8 straight points. Another steal. Here's the break. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Thurman. And he dunks it down.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
And, you know, those second-chance opportunities can be game changers. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
And here's Indiana now. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. Shots blocked. They recover it. Gilgeous-Alexander's gone 2 for 7 from the field. Now here's Ball. Guarded closely. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. And it's Indiana's ball. They've got a 10-0 run going. Pass to Dillingham. Here's Thurman. Brooklyn with the board. Here's Weber. Still without a bucket. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. And they've been careless with the ball tonight.
Yeah, it's a lack of focus and a lack of discipline. They're better than this.
Pass to connect. Three-pointer.
Indiana foul. Nick Vernon. First personal foul.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
That's a costly error. Now let's see how they bounce back.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
And here's Indiana now. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Thurman. There's the three. Brooklyn pulls it in. Weber's got 8 rebounds in the game.
Last 2 minutes to play. Second quarter.
And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. Indiana on offense. It's been 10 straight unanswered. Pass to Dillingham to the right side. And here's Connect outside. Gilmore grabs the miss. Connect's gone. Just 1 for 7 shooting tonight. Knocked away. Now the Pacers on the move. Throw it down on the breakaway jam.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
What, you mean the throwdown at the end? I'll tell you what, fellas, I mean, the highlight shows are going to pain them even more.
.125 left in the first half. Right wing, looking to get it going. Thurman's shot is off.
You know, it hasn't been his best outing, but they still find themselves in the driver's seat here.
Here's Gilmore. Still no points. And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. We've got 1:08 left to play in the first half. Over to the wing. Cowens passes to Thurman. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
His 3rd personal foul. First team foul.
These are his first free throws of the game.
Nate Thurman, shooting 2.
He misses the free throw. Good on the second one. That'll be a 5-second call.
They're being careless with the rock. Too many turnovers could cost them this game.
Yeah, you want to get a shot every time down, even if it's a tough shot. Any shot is better than no shot. You just don't want to turn it over.
Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Thurman. Here's Cowens. Weber pulls it in. Weber's got 9 rebounds now.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
.41 seconds left to play in the half. Pass to Connect. Now Gilgeous-Alexander. Inside. Fires for 3. Gilmore grabs the miss. Brooklyn with the ball. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball. PC substitution. Larry Johnson.
16 seconds left in the first half of this one. Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Johnson. That one's good. And so Gilgeous-Alexander with the assist.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation. Here's Johnson. And a miss there off the inbound.
Clean look from mid-range. Coach will probably want to run that play again.
So as we conclude the first half, a fairly one-sided game. Indiana ahead, delivering the blowout. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in a moment.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hey, welcome back to the NBA on 2K Sports. This is Ernie Johnson. Kenny the Jet Smith is right here. Say hey to the folks, Kenny.
Hey, folks.
Say hey to the folks, Shaq.
Hey, folks.
Hey, let's get this party started. Okay. So it's Indiana who's out on top at the half. They are completely in control of the game, leading by a massive amount. Kenny, what's your viewpoint?
There was no shortage of dimes on this team, that's for sure. Numerous guys displayed good court vision, moved the ball, led to great shots. They're in full control of this game.
And over to the big fella. Your thoughts on the Nets?
I know it's not the case, but it seemed like they were lacking on the offensive game. Maybe some guys were improvising when they should have been making the next pass. But, hey, not looking good out there.
And that should do it. With the second half about to begin, let's send you back to Kevin Harlan. Go back to Kevin Harlan. Go. Just go over there.
Yeah, there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
That's a costly error. Now let's see how they bounce back.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
And Indiana looking at who they've got. They've got Connect, and it's Waters in at the point guard position. Offline with a three. Brooklyn with the ball. Here's Gilmore. Yet to see a basket. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. Well, Dalton Connect had a late growth spurt during college, and it really helped his game, Grant.
He really did. I mean, B.A., he started college as a 6'3" guard, but grew 3 inches during his first 2 seasons and added some muscles. Now at 6'6", he can play confidently out there on the wing.
Let's go with a three. The General pulls it in. The General's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Indiana's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. There's the drive. Waters. The rebound by the Nets.
Showing great intensity around the rim is part of why he's a respected defender.
And you know what? He's not going to give up an easy finish at the rim. I mean, that's just against his constitution.
Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. The Pacers have gone 0 for 3 to start the second half. Takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
Waters.
He's undersized for a 4, but his hops level the playing field.
That'll be a 5-second call.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Waters can't hit.
Clearly out of rhythm now, guys. I mean, just 1 for 5 to begin the second half.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. The Pacers have gotten just 1 of 5 shots to drop since halftime. Pass to Hamilton. Here's Connect. Here's Cowens. Lets the three fly. And it's Connect missing.
Not himself from range right now, but the only way out of this funk is to keep trying.
Now here's Ball. The D's right on him. Oh, that's going to be too many steps. Gets the whistle on the travel.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
Here's Hamilton. No points so far. Waters can't hit. Now the Nets with it. Searching for that first bucket here in the third. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
A little under 2.5 minutes gone by in the third quarter. Pass to Shays. Up and in on the layup. Shays has gotten 4 this quarter.
Hey, they're just getting pushed around inside.
Yeah, you can't say that with enough emphasis. I mean, the defenders are just not being aggressive enough down low. You got to play with some physicality in the paint.
Pass to Waiters. Looking to get back on track. Here's the second effort. Shays with the bucket. Shays has got 11.
They've been a little soft with their defense on the interior.
Yeah, and they're really getting pummeled on points in the paint here.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
They're really struggling with turnovers.
6 points given away on miscues. They can't afford many more if they're going to cut into this lead.
Here's Waters. Off target from outside. And here are the Nets now. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. And here's Indiana now. Pass to Shays. Here's Waters. Third quarter action, and just under 3.5 minutes have passed. Shays passes to Waters. Here's Shays. Off the mark there with a 3.
Ooh, that's a tough break. After poor communication defensively, it leaves him all by himself.
And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. Well, Indiana shooting a very low 20% for this game so far. Knocked loose. Cowens passes to Waters. They get it again. Again with the block.
A defensive stalwart so far. That's 6 blocks.
Protecting the rim well. Love the hustle. Here's Cowens. He has 6. Shays passes to Waters.
And after just a fantastic first half, he's really having trouble finding that shooting stroke.
And as it goes out of bounds, Brooklyn able to keep possession. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
The NBA wants to ensure that every team has a shot. Commissioner Adam Silver said, "We want parity of opportunity. People aren't interested in seeing teams buy championships, and we've made progress. In the long term, we're better off with more competitive fairness among all of the teams."
That's true. It keeps everything interesting. Thanks, Allie. Pass to Connect. The 3 is up. Gilmore grabs the miss. of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. Now the Pacers with it. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. Here's Weber. No points yet. And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. And the Pacers with possession here. Ball with a steal. And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. Here's Waters. Pass to Shays. Here's Hamilton. Oh, and a beautiful feed leads to a monster jam.
Rip Hamilton getting up. Not just a shooter, folks.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
4 big mistakes in just this quarter. Coach might need to sit him down and let him watch for a little bit.
A 3 from the inbound. Gilmore grabs the miss.
He just keeps firing from distance. I know he's trying to heat up, but at what cost?
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Now the Pacers with it. Good momentum. 8 straight points. Shays. No good from outside. Here's Weber. He's scoreless. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Johnson, he's checked in for Indiana. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander comes in for Waters. And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for Indiana. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Personal foul.
I love when Gilgeous-Alexander looks to score because it forces the defense to act.
He's got his first free throws of the night right here.
Shooting 2.
That free throw, no good.
The skills of SGA, they're so unique. His ball handling, shooting, length. Not a lot of guys like Shai in the league.
And the second free throw is good. That'll be a 5-second call.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
Here's Shays. And once again off the mark by Indiana.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Indiana.
Out of bounds, it'll be Indiana's ball. Dillingham's checked in for Indiana.
Dillingham.
Indiana on offense. They're rolling here. 9 unanswered. He swipes the ball away again. And that's his 6th steal of the night.
Imposing his will at the defensive end. You gotta love it.
And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. 5 points in the game. All alone. Gilmore grabs the miss. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. Indiana on offense. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. Here's Shays. Here's Thurman. Second shot opportunity. And he sinks the layup. Thurman's got 11 points.
And, you know, Thurman is a dominant rebounder. He hits the glass with a lot of force.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
And the opposition is feasting on their turnovers. Until they clean that up, they're going to continue to get burned.
That's 11 points for the other team off turnovers. That's a real hard thing to overcome.
And so it's Indiana with it. The open shot by Gilgeous-Alexander. Thurman's shot is off. And here are the Nets now. They're scoreless since the first half. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana on offense. They picked up 11 straight. The shot by Johnson, no good. And Brooklyn with possession here. Here's the general. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. Here's Dillingham. Gilgeous-Alexander with the ball. To the inside. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
That's serving it up on the platter there. What a nice pass. A high percentage look was the result.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
Way too careless this quarter. So sloppy with the pumpkin. Tighten that thing up.
Off the inbound pass. That shot missing. Now the Nets with it. Here's the general. No points so far. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. On offense, here are the Pacers. They've gone on a 13-0 run. Gilgeous-Alexander looking it over. Soft touch off the glass. Thurman's got 6 points in the quarter.
Just so successful getting the ball inside and finding those great looks.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
That's a costly error. Now let's see how they bounce back.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
And here's Indiana now. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. Ball left side. Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball. And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for the Pacers. Pass to Dillingham. Brooklyn pulls it in. The Generals got 15 rebounds here tonight. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Indiana on offense. They're rolling here with a 15-point run. Gilgeous-Alexander against ball. Now here's Johnson. Defense right on him. Here's Arenas. And out of bounds. The Pacers will take it. Here's Dillingham. Pass to Shays. Looking to end this cold spell. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
And even from where we're sitting, you could clearly tell it was a foul.
No question about it. I mean, a ton of contact and a good call by the officials.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Indiana.
Well, you know, for me, when you can convert this many times in the paint, I think that's a sign that your offense is really in a healthy state.
Well, they've also been impressive, forcing a ton of mistakes. Not only that, but converting those mistakes into points on the other end.
And so he's able to get one of two. Brooklyn with the ball. Nothing yet for him here in the third quarter. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball. Substitution for the Pacers. Webb.
Indiana on offense. It's been 16 straight unanswered. Here's Webb. The ball's knocked loose.
Last 2 minutes to play.
Here's Weber. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers.
Indiana ball.
Well, the Pacers shooting a very low 20% for this game so far. Here's Dillingham. Hounded by Ball. Ball stolen. 1:44 left to play in the third quarter of basketball. And out of bounds, the Pacers will take it. Indiana on offense. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. Throws it up high. Oh, and Johnson slams it in.
Just flawless timing right there.
Right? The dish, the catch, the flush, the whole thing was perfect.
And it all had to be, because that's not nearly as easy as they made it appear.
From outside the arc. Rebound Brooklyn. Weber's. So it's Brooklyn now. Still looking for their first bucket of the second half. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. And 1:01 left in the third quarter. Here's Dillingham, hounded by Ball. Takes it inside. Here's Webb. Here's Thurman. And Arenas pulls it down. Arenas has got 6 rebounds here tonight. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Connect checked in for Indiana.
Connect.
Well, the Pacers shooting just 21% from the floor. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Johnson. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. The shot misses.
Boy, that is awesome defense, guys, against a capable finisher. Well done. I'm sure the coaches love that.
Here's Gilmore. No points yet. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. .12 seconds left in the third. Here's Dillingham. Pass to Johnson. 3 seconds left. No good on the layup. And 3/4 of play in the books. This one's all but over already. Indiana ahead, just dominating this one. And we're coming right back. Be sure to stay with us as we get set for quarter number 4. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist to the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
For me, next to the big-time alley-oops and monster throwdowns, passes like that are probably the next best thing when it comes to sweet-looking NBA highlights.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. So it's the Pacers now. We've got ball, and it's Arenas in at the 1. So that's the Nets 5. It's offline from half court.
If you're looking for ways to help your team, that's last on the list.
Hey, that's crazy there. I mean, insanity. At least wait until you get across half court. My goodness.
Indiana ball.
Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Pacers substitution. Dave Cowens.
And it's Indiana's ball. Pass to Williams. And he's going for the lob. Stolen away. Nice job to interrupt the alley-oop attempt. Ball surveys the floor. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. And here's Indiana now. Anthony outside. Out to the wing. And here's Todd outside. Brooklyn pulls it in.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure. But unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Out of bounds. It'll be Pacers ball.
Pacers substitution. Richard Hamilton.
We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. And here's Todd outside. And they'll get another chance.
Hard work on the glass gives them back the ball, and they get to milk a little clock here.
Foul. First team foul. At the line for the Pacers, Dave Cowens. Shooting 2.
Shooting 2.
And he drops the first. And Grant, while we want the officials to get it right, I'm sure the league would like to shorten that time officials are at the table.
Tell me about it. You wonder if a time limit should be instituted. If they can't figure it out after a minute or so, just go with how it was called on the floor.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. That'll be a 5-second call.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
Hey, yo, Hamilton.
And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair.
16. Fourth personal foul, team second. At the line for the Pacers, Dave Cowens. 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
First free throw is good. It's both from the stripe. You know, Grant, we've seen career performances in the play-in tournament, but the stats don't count for regular season or the playoffs.
You know, that's crazy, B.A. So let's just count them as playoff stats. It used to be only 3 rounds instead of 4, so there is a precedent to adding more games to the official postseason.
Pass to Williams. And here's Anthony. Here's Todd. We've gone about a minute and a half into this fourth quarter. Here's Hamilton. Down low. Here's Cowens. And down it goes. Dumped it through off a beautiful setup.
So good at getting to his spots and then cashing in, making the game look easy.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation. Here's Todd, hounded by Ball. The shot by Todd, no good. So it's Brooklyn now. They have yet to score here in the fourth. Out of bounds, it'll be Pacers ball.
Pacers substitution. Webb.
The Pacers have gone 1 of 4 since the fourth quarter began. Some room here for Williams. That one's wide left. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. Out of bounds, it'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
Indiana has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Here's Webb. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. He takes it in. Brooklyn pulls it in. Weber's got his 16th rebound on the night. And a vital mission for the NBA, mental health. Commissioner Silver has said it's the most important issue for the league.
And I applaud Adam for those comments he's made about it. I mean, the season is so difficult. It can really take a toll on your mind. So it's great the league is trying to help players out through this.
The shot by Webb, no good. And here's Ball. He'll bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets. So far in the fourth, they've allowed just 6 points. Out of bounds, it'll be Indiana's ball. Now the Pacers with it. Now Anthony. Pass to Todd. The three is up. The General pulls it in.
And, you know, even though they're on top, they're winning. I mean, they could use more from him. Trying to shut the door on this one.
And just wasn't able to set up in time.
Yeah, and as quick as players are at this level, in this day and age, I mean, you've got to be perfect in your anticipation to draw the charge.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
That's a costly error. Now let's see how they bounce back.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
The three. And Indiana misses again.
Boy, they dodged one there, guys. I mean, he got the wide open look that he wanted, just didn't knock it down.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. And here are the Pacers now. Now here's Anthony. Beyond the arc. Brooklyn pulls it in. Arenas has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Pass to Todd. Puts up a 3. And that one is hammered home.
He turns the offensive board into a big slam.
Wow, he was so well positioned there. Credit his anticipation.
That's exactly why it's important to work hard on the offensive glass, fellas, for chances just like that.
So, Clark, you think the winner of the NBA Cup should be guaranteed an automatic playoff bid?
Man, that's interesting. I think it could make for a more competitive tournament. So if that would be the outcome, then I would be all for it. But what happens if the tournament winner is the #1 seed at the end of the season? I think you'd have to find alternative incentives then, B.A.
Now the Nets with it. Nothing doing offensively yet for them in the 4th. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. Indiana on offense. They've gone on an 8-0 run. Anthony, the pass to Webb, launches it. Ball with the rebound. Ball's got 15 rebounds here tonight. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. And here's Anthony. Pass to Todd. Shoots it from the corner. Weber pulls it in. Grant, it seems like teams today are much more data-driven than in years past.
Yeah, I agree, B.A. It's much more sophisticated. And, of course, coaches and executives are still watching the games and forming their gut opinions. But now those impressions can be cross-checked with the numbers.
Waters is checked in for Indiana. Pass to Webb. Jacks up a 3. Can't get it to drop. Webb's gotten just 1 of his 6 shots to fall here. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it.
Pacers substitution. Dolph Shays.
And here's Indiana now. Here in the 4th quarter, their defense has been very strong. No baskets allowed. The Pacers again can't hit.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Here's Arenas. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. So it's the Pacers now. Here's Waters. Pass to Shays. Here's Todd. To the wing, right side. Waters. Misses off the right iron. Here's Brooklyn. Looking to get on the board here in the 4th still. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Dillingham's checked in for Todd.
Dillingham.
Here's Indiana. It's been 8 unanswered for them. Pass to Dillingham. Oh, there's the alley. Cowan's no good. Here's Gilmore. More and more we're seeing international players come into the league who are NBA ready, Grant.
It really is a sight to see, B.A. And some of those guys start playing pro ball when they're 16 or 17 years old. It toughens you up real quick playing against older competition at that age.
Indiana making a switch here. Johnson's checked in. And here are the Pacers now. Here's Shays. Three-pointer, no good. Here's the general. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball.
Indiana ball.
Here's Dillingham. Pass to Waiters. Here's Shays. To the middle. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Look at the power on that.
He has to be one of the top dunkers in the game today.
Absolutely salivates when he attacks the rim. And the scoring line would be a lot different if they cut down on the mistakes.
Ugly basketball, plain and simple. In this quarter alone, they've given away 10 points off their miscues.
Gilgeous-Alexander's checked in for Waters. And we're going to have a jump ball. And the NBA has made a significant investment in the G League over the years. Grant, you can really see the impact it's had.
Yeah, BA, and it's grown into a real minor league for the NBA. The NBA needed something like that for a long time, and it's helped the product.
Ball outside. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. On offense, here are the Pacers. They've got a 10-0 run going. Dillingham, no good.
Man, that's his shot. Maybe he was too wide open.
Here's Arenas. Out of bounds. It'll be Indiana's ball. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Shays. Here's Cowens. Oh, they get a hand on it. And pushing it up the floor. Here comes Brooklyn. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. Indiana on offense. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong. No baskets allowed. The putback. It's good on the putback.
They have hit the boards hard this half. Those second chance points are mounting up.
And the league has made it clear, Grant, it sees streaming at the forefront of basketball viewing going forward.
Well, BA, it's a no-brainer. The internet is the future after all, and streaming opens a lot more options for engaging with fans while they watch.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander, and too long on the shot.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Out of bounds, it'll be Indiana's ball. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. To the paint. Here's Shays, and that comes off the assist by Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilgeous-Alexander's got his fourth assist with that last one. Grant, some rookies come into the league with a ton of hype. You've lived through that. How does it affect a young player?
Well, BA, it can be overwhelming, and certainly it's a lot to endure. You're the focus of so much attention, and there are so many expectations. And with all the media these days, it's even more magnified and intense.
Down low. Good setup. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup.
He drops yet another dime, just facilitating this offense like a maestro.
Well, when you look at the assist totals, heck, they've been clearly the better team.
Clark, in your opinion, how does social media affect the game?
Monumental ways. One, I think the most direct way is that it keeps fans connected to players, and players have the option as to how they're going to engage with their fans directly, player to fan, without any middle person. And that is valuable both ways, except when the narrative turns negative. That's the other side of the coin. And when you say things publicly on social media platforms, it's impossible to retract them. You might be able to erase them, but they're still out there in the stratosphere.
Here's Gilmore. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Pacers. On offense, here are the Pacers. It's been 16 straight unanswered. Pass to Dillingham. Well, Grant, it appears the league expansion is around the corner. Any concerns about spreading the talent too thin?
Not really, BA. I mean, the global pool of players competing for an NBA roster spot has never been deeper. So there's plenty of talent to go around.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First one falls for him. And we hear about the unwritten rules of sports sometimes, Clark. What are some of those in the NBA?
Well, you try not to ever foul an airborne player. I think most players are really sensitive to that. Don't disrespect the other team. Be professional and sportsmanlike when you've got a margin of victory that doesn't need to be added on to. In other words, don't run up the score. Don't try to get numbers for the sake of numbers. Play the game, play to win, and do it with respect at all times.
That'll be a 5-second call. And you see player training methods, Grant, a lot more than just running and getting shots up.
And you know, BA, what interests me, players not just training their bodies better than ever, but also their minds. They're working on hand-eye coordination drills and just all kinds of stuff to enhance their reflexes.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. We've got 1:48 left in the fourth. Pass to Thurman. The General pulls it in. One constant in the NBA, Clark, the constant movement of players.
Yeah, and I think you've got to try to look at the positive side of that, the freedom that players have to play where they choose to play in many cases. I think that's the right of any employee, to be able to go where they feel they can best optimize their individual and team situations. I think it allows teams to rebuild on the fly and get competitive more quickly. And I like that aspect of it. I don't like to see it overwhelming a season, but I do like the fact the players have that option and that freedom.
Now here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Not a lot of room to the inside.
And what a complete performance we saw from them. A dominant win in every way for the Pacers.
And everything seemed to go their way today. They were firing on all cylinders, Grant.
Yeah, BA, this was the kind of performance you relish as a player. Just a very impressive win.
And they'll chalk this up as their 3rd win of the year.
And having this win on the books might give them a little mental advantage the next 2 times these squads meet.
The stats tell us that the winner of the first game is a big favorite to come out on top in the overall series.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Pass to Dillingham. 1:02 left in the fourth quarter here. Count that one.
Balanced play has given them the lead and also quieted this crowd.
Yeah, you said the key word there, balanced. I mean, their big lead owes as much to their defense as their offense.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
Johnson, Johnson, Johnson. No threes for Johnson.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Gilmore grabs the miss. Brooklyn with the ball. They have yet to score here in the fourth. And the ball out of play. The Pacers will have it. .35 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Johnson. Here's Shays, and he battles for the ball, gets the second chance bucket.
They really came in with the right mindset today. I can guarantee you their flight home will be filled with some smiles.
Yep, to have a stress-free win on the road, very satisfying. The fans are already headed for the exits.
We've got 22 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And so Indiana takes this one by a big margin. To walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance like that, that says a lot about this squad.
They really came in looking confident and didn't let anything shake them. This is what a dominant team looks like.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching the NBA presented by 2K Sports. We'll see you later.
dogs. Soon as I hop off a jet, I'ma hop in. I'm really tapped in everywhere I go, they show me love. I'm getting everywhere I go, I need my big engine, but the trunk is where I put them. My life feel like a dream, I need in my soda. Stay with my gang, I stay with my guys, I'm putting my pride to the side. I don't take from strangers, I be the only one getting me. I be ballin', I'm in the Maybach, you can't even see through the tint. I don't take nothing with me when I die, so I ain't tryna keep it mint. I'm a baller. Get my car, you look up, you see stars. I'm a baller. People start running when they see us from afar. I'm a baller. Jumped off the bench and I turned into a star. I'm a baller. Anywhere I go, my gang, they know who we are. I'm a baller. Solitary stones, my ring ain't got no flaws. I'm a baller. Keep my mouth closed, I ain't repeating what I saw. I'm a baller. I keep me a gangster, that's cool with the dogs. I'm a baller. Soon as I hop off a jet, I'ma hop in the.
Man spit rhymes, man don't lie. Two-step then the next fly. Dick in the sisters. Ask little bro if you think that I'm lying. Them man hate Kaya man so fly. Like take two J1s and I'm nice. Thought my bedroom wasn't up, so I stopped. Nearly pie. Quang is this, Quang is that, Quang is Marga. His head's fat, but I'm still king in this. That's fact. This we a man. My man don't with them you choke man. Low it, I meant choke men. Golden one from up the old blue. Let a sweet one from down the old Ken. Like big Quang face from the norm. How did I come this far? I think I'm a bandit, they think I'm a star. When I cut through, man, they be like raw. They so big that I can't go shop, man, I always get clocked. It's so hot. Is it a fan or is it a op? Either way, man, I'm moving on job. I love my freedom, but I risk it anytime I see them. Fly at the ride, man, pre them. Caught me up, man, he kept on. L2R2, man, pop this cool like the cinema view. If those key draws, man, chilling it too, man. Step trying to finish them youths. Man, cut you, bust that. Painting, give me that WhatsApp, but when I hit you, better bring me that rucksack. Like, on the
So the Sonics win the tip. Pass to Ajinça. Here's McMillan. Some nice ball movement here by Seattle. He gets it in there.
Oh, good vision from Terry. Able to find an open teammate there for the deuce.
Here's Lou. That's tipped. And now here comes Terry late in the break. Here's McMillan. And another three for Seattle.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
Pass to Ajinça. And here's Malone. To the inside. Tries again. And it's good on the way in.
Second chance points always hurt. Just not enough effort to block out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
Here's Lou. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
Seattle ball.
And here are the Sonics. It's a 3-point game. Pass to McMillan. There's the three. A rebound by Malone.
And even without that three ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Here's Lou. Bargnani. Second chance shot. That one drops for him.
Those are some hustle points. Really bonus points when you put in a miss.
Seattle missing again. Ajinça in the post. Kicks it out to Bargnani. And another three for Montreal.
Well, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
How about dueling from long range, just going at each other?
Take that, he says. I see your three, and I'll raise you another three.
And it's the Supersonics with the ball. Pass to Terry. And stolen by Malone. Now, here is Bargnani. From outside, off the mark.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
To the paint. Here's Ajinça. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
Now, Ivy. And out of bounds as the Sonics gain possession. Here's McMillan. And another basket for Seattle.
That maybe not the highest percentage of looks right there, but look, you can't argue with results, I guess.
Pass to Ajinça. Malone with it. He lobs up the alley-oop pass. And Bargnani throws it down.
And how about the incredible timing on that alley-oop?
He absolutely hammered it down. And it's McMillan missing. Montreal trails by 3. Puts up a 3. And another 3 for Montreal.
This is that modern big man play. Tall guys who are comfortable draining shots from deep.
Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Assist from Jaden Ivey.
Here's McMillan. And another 3 for Seattle.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
And, of course, it helps space the floor, which gives this offense more room to operate.
That's the end of the second quarter.
And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far.
18.
Sonics lead by 4. And we'll be back right after this. Some nice passing by Montreal here.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
Personal foul.
That's good from Lou.
At the line for Montreal.
He's perfect from the line this time.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see a miss.
Here's McMillan.
McMillan for three.
Here's Lou. Stolen by Terry. Pass to Ajinça. And here's Malone. Inside.
Andrea Bargnani.
Here's McMillan.
Having a hand up in your face makes such a difference to a shooter.
Yeah, that's a good defender making a play, and he does it without fouling.
Pass to Ajinça.
Alexis Ajinça. Assistant. Jaden Ivey.
And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Seattle. It's a one-point game. Here's McMillan.
McMillan for three.
Here's Lou.
Tyronn Lue.
Terry outside.
McMillan for three.
Here's Lou. Down low.
Andrea Bargnani. Assist goes to Tyronn Lue.
Sonics on offense.
McMillan for three.
Pass to Ivy. Malone in the corner. Here's Lou. Terry covering. 6 to shoot. He lobs it up. Kicks it out to Malone.
Seattle foul. Calvin. First personal foul. Second team foul.
Back to Bargnani.
Andrea Bargnani. McMillan for three.
Here's Lou. Pass to Ajinça. At the top of the key, Malone. Here's Lou. Just 5 on the clock.
Tyronn Lue.
Terry with it. Here's McMillan.
Throwing it down, Alexis Ajinça. Nate McMillan with the feed.
Now, here's Ivy. Stripped it away. Terry with it. Picked up by Malone.
Nate McMillan. The assist from Jack Terry.
Here's Montreal. 9-point game. Malone looking around.
Karl Malone.
Now Terry. Here's McMillan.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
And here's Bargnani.
Oh, man, that's tough. That's definitely one he'd like back. Almost too wide open. That is not a guy you want to allow open looks from range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
Seattle foul. Blue Onions. First personal foul. Third team foul. At the line for Montreal, Alexis Ajinça. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. And Ajinça drops them both.
It's always nice to see a big fella be able to knock down some free throws and make teams pay from the line.
Here's Lou. Bargnani trying to free himself up.
Tyronn Lue.
And so it's Terry bringing it up for Seattle. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. So we see the Sonics get the win here. Some good moments throughout this one, but they had the clear advantage down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way they executed on both ends of the floor, completely under control for the vast majority of the game. And whenever there was a misstep, they just didn't allow it to fester, and that's why they're going to walk away with the win.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. This is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching. We'll see you next time. So Hartford wins the tip. It's Dort on the wing. A three-pointer off the mark. Pass to Bargnani. Pulls from the top of the key.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that.
Three-pointer. Harden outside. Takes the three. Good, and it's Diaw with the assist that time.
And that's Harden. He can beat you equally off the dribble or off the catch.
Ivy with it, and it's Harden picking him up. And out of bounds as Hartford gains possession. Outside, Dort. Back to Harden. Dort wide open. The rebound by Malone.
The defense there got away with a major lapse.
Pass to Ajinça. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And how about Lou there running the offense? Just has a knack for finding his guys in the right spots.
Now here's Harden. Hartford moving the ball around. From the arc. And Hartford hits again from deep.
And that's exactly what he's looking for. Draining the triple.
And out of bounds as Hartford gains possession.
Substitution on the court.
Here's Shepard. Allen outside. And Hartford hits again from deep.
And this is Allen's go-to shot. Just a sensational shooter from the three-point line.
From 6 away. Here's Bargnani. Nice work on the boards. Paying off with the basket.
Man, that's a lesson for the D. Fight harder on the glass.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give up second chance opportunities again and again.
Away team foul.
And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
First personal foul.
Great Kentucky native Reed Shepard followed in his dad's footsteps and stayed local for his college years.
How cool was that? His dad winning 2 national championships for the Bluegrass State, was named the MVP of the '98 college tournament, and he even had a brief stint in the NBA. Reed, the 3rd overall pick of the 2024 draft, blazing his own trail.
Pass to Ajinça. Malone. And Malone with the stuff.
Ajinça.
Oh, the D is at fault there. You can't let Malone get that type of position inside.
And Harden wide open. He shoots. Again, the miss by Hartford. Here's Lou. Right wing. Ajinça with it. Takes the turnaround chain. Olajuwon with the rebound. Pass to Shepard. From outside the arc. It's rebounded by Montreal. Oh, he's going up for the alley-oop here.
Goodness, save that one. I want to see that again.
Me too. Just absolutely beautiful. The three from Harden. Knocks down the 3-ball. Harden's got 6.
The instincts tonight for Harden, razor sharp. He just knows when to pop up.
Here's Ajinça. It's good for his second make. He's made 2 of 3 so far.
And that's a great piece of work to get to the hoop there. Just tore the D to shreds.
from deep, Harden. And Hartford hits again from deep.
There's so many things that make Harden a dangerous offensive player, but that three-point shot, that's tops on the list.
It's to Lou. With 4 seconds on the clock, he can't get it to go.
He's going to be shaking his head on that one.
And so we conclude the first.
17. The visiting team, 10.
And here's Montreal. 7-point differential. Malone down low.
Karl Malone.
Here's Harden. Outside, Dort. And so it's Montreal now. Now, here's Ivy. And there's the 8-second call as they can't get it across half court in time. Hartford on offense. They lead by 8. That's the biggest of the game. Here's Lou. Out left to the wing. And here is Dort. Harden outside. Back to Diaw.
And it's rather odd for a guy as tricky as Diaw. He tends to spend very little time at the free throw line.
First team foul.
The first free throw is good.
At the line for your home team, Boris.
And Diaw drops them both.
And that's the norm for him. He's pretty much automatic when he's at the line.
Here's Lou.
Tyronn Lue.
Now Harden. Over in the corner, Dort. Hartford moving the ball around. And so it's Montreal now. Here's Lou. It's deflected. Harden outside. Brewer with the ball. Over in the corner, Dort.
And that was almost a block. Still did enough to alter the shot.
Yeah, altering the shot just as long as there's a miss, that kind of energy not wasted. Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
Here's Lou. Outside, Malone. Six to shoot.
That one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance in warm-up.
Oh, no, I know he can make it, but that's warm-ups, so maybe just a step too far.
Out to the right wing.
Assist from Andrea Margani.
Now, here is Harden. Outside, Dort. And it's going to be out of bounds. Hartford will retain possession.
Ball goes to your home team.
Brewer trying to free himself. And here's Ivy. And out of bounds as Hartford gains possession.
So the body language right now is not looking good for this basketball team. The game might be out of reach, but they have to avoid mistakes like that.
Lucas Dort.
Now Ivy. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
And to make that mistake at this time is tough to come back from.
Well, not making things easier on themselves right now, that's for sure.
Ivy with it. And there's the call on Lou Dort. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Tight defense there. Olajuwon's like a big cat. The combination of elite speed and power.
Harden outside.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
Home team foul. Boris Diaz. First personal foul. Shooting for the away team.
And so Harden will bring it up for Hartford. Earlier, they held a 23-point lead. Outside, Dort to the wing on the left. And so it's Hartford with the win. It was a tale of two teams tonight. One that was in total control, operating flawlessly. The other just searching for answers that they could never find.
I mean, the energy here is just so tremendous. Fans involved from the get-go. And once they started to really pour it on, it was fun to see that rhythm and flow from their perspective.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. This is Kevin Harlan saying thank you for watching. So long, everyone. Hi, everyone. We're coming to you live on 2K Sports, bringing you the NBA. With Greg Anthony and Brent Barry, this is Kevin Harlan. You'll be hearing from David Aldridge on the sideline. We've got Butler, Hachimura out there with Pau Gasol. Then there's Malcolm Brogdon, and it's Sharman in at the 3 spot. Aguirre with it. From deep, Green, and he's good on the 3 ball. Green's got the first points up on the board here in the 4th for Montreal. And it's stolen by Moncrief. That's in there, coming off the assist from Aguirre.
And how about the grit and determination in the post? I mean, essential qualities to have late in a close game.
Now, here's Butler. Burt grabs the miss.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the 3. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
Here is Aguirre. Here's Moncrief. Off target with his 3. Outside Butler. It's rebounded by Montreal. 4th quarter still young, just over a minute play. There's Green with the 3. A 3-pointer is right on target. Green's got 6 here in this quarter.
He just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
Here's Butler. That's good from 17 feet away.
Now, if Butler can't get into the paint, he's got some offensive options. He has the touch from the mid-range.
Burke. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws.
Personal foul.
Yeah, just nice strength there, and then just off with the shot.
And the first one drops.
At the line for 2.
Burke hits them both.
And what an advantage. You really feel like you can always trust him when he's at the line.
Takes it inside. A shot by Sharman, no good. If they want to, they can milk the clock just a little bit here.
Yeah, that's the best option.
Outside, Aguirre. Jacks up a 3. The shot misses. Here's Sharman. And the layup's good off the glass.
All the way to the bucket. No resistance. Just swipe the candy from him.
Outside, Aguirre. Fires the 3. Good. Great play by Green to set it up. Aguirre's got the lead up to 9 now for Montreal. Aguirre's gone 1 and 2 from 3-point land. Here's Sharman. The rebound by Sharp. And here's Montreal. They're on a 13-4 run. Over to the wing. And here's Green outside. And another 3 for Montreal.
And they are starting to pull away here as the shots continue to fall.
Start to feel their confidence. That's the difference between the success they're having now and the struggles they faced earlier.
We know, Brent, there are many roads that lead to the modern NBA. And Shaden Sharp took his own unique path.
Yeah, Kevin, you could say that again. I mean, he was on the Kentucky campus as a player, but never participated in a collegiate game. And then all of a sudden finding himself at the top end of the NBA draft without ever playing a college game.
Here's Sharman, and he bangs it home with one hand.
Now that's what you're going to get with Pau Gasol, a tremendous passer who's got his eyes up at all times.
Montreal leading by 10. Green kicks to Moncrief. Back to Green. Tries from 7. Again, Montreal scores.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
Yeah, he's the guy that you want to go to right now, trying to put this one away.
Here's Sharman. The shot by Butler, nobody around. The long distance three's barrel. Butler's got 5 points now this quarter. Moncrief the pass to Green. .102 left in the fourth. Traps in the tray.
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Green. There's 49 seconds left in the fourth quarter. That's going to be over and back. Not watching for the line that time. Here's Green. And here's Moncrief. Tries it from 9. And Green with the basket on the assist by Moncrief.
Finishing strong. This is how you want to close things out.
Yeah, definitely putting a stamp on this one. A very, very decisive victory for the club tonight.
The tray. And another three for Montreal.
Bottom line, you need shooters on your team who can space the floor.
Oh, there's no doubt he's a legitimate threat from downtown, and he's demonstrating that in this game.
Now here's Butler. Here's Gasol, and it's blocked. Green deciding where to go with it. Fires from deep. Nailed from three-point land.
In perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
Maybe trying to find a little bit more space and ball movement to get guys open at the three-point line.
So we see Montreal get the win here. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg, but they never got it.
They sure didn't. I mean, they just rolled to this win. They made it look really easy. What an efficient performance at both ends.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Greg Anthony, Brett Barry, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And we'll see you next time. And so it's San Antonio who's straight by with the win. That was a fun night of it.
72.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. They get called for the 5-second violation. And so it's San Antonio who's straight by with the win. That was a fun night of basketball and fabulous finish as they continued to wait out until the very last moment to seal it.
And there are so many times when you see these tight games won at home, that advantage of having that crowd behind you oftentimes is the ultimate X factor.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for tuning in. So long.
Here's Elliott. Oh, that shot had a chance, but the all-or-nothing shot attempt is off the mark. And so it's San Antonio with the W. That was an incredible...
Thanks again, folks, for coming out and supporting your basketball team.
Stolen by Ginobili. And so it's San Antonio who's straight by with the win. What a show.
72. A big thank you to all you fans who...
And so it's San Antonio who's straight by with the win. That was a fun night of basketball and fabulous finishes. They continued to wait out.
We would like to thank all fans for making it out to tonight's event.
Here's Fisher. Oh, the all-or-nothing shot attempt falls offline. And so it's San Antonio with the W. What a performance they had here at home today.
I'll tell you what. These are the ones that are so nice to win and so tough to lose. I love being on the edge of my seat, never knowing what would happen next.
And that about wraps it up. For Clark Kellogg, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, this is...
And here's Fisher outside. A three-pointer. Good. What a shot. but they may take a second look at it. That was close. Well, they are going to replay right now to make sure he did not release it in time as the officials originally ruled.
Thank you, everyone, for making it out and
the game already won. Now they've got their fingers crossed.
And to me, guys, it looks pretty clear.
So we see Montreal get the win here. This win, such a tremendous.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for this NBA presentation. Moments away, it'll be the Raptors going up against Montreal. This is Brian Anderson with Clark Kellogg and Grant Hill. And giving us the rundown from the sidelines, reporter Allie LaForce. And so off the tip, it's the Raptors. So for Toronto right now, Siakam the 4 with Gasol at the 5. Kyle Lowry out there with Green. And it's Leonard in at the 3 spot. Here's Terry. Shot clock at 5. 4-3. Rebound Toronto.
The shooter thought he had enough space, but the defender was right on him.
You know, that's a trademark of his defense. Quick to react, close down the shooter, and then affect the shot.
He was all alone on that one.
And Leonard is comfortable shouldering the offense. He knows this team looks to him to score.
Fires from deep. Gasol grabs the board. Oh, lots of drama in this game so far.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to the final buzzer.
Here's Lowry. Puts up a 3. Pass to Terry. Lets the 3 fly. Gasol grabs the board.
And even after airtight defense like that, you still just expect him to hit those kind of shots.
Leonard's shot's good.
What a deft touch on the floater. Leonard's offensive arsenal continues to impress.
Here's Morrison. Montreal again missing. And so it's Leonard with it. He'll bring it up for Toronto. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong. No baskets allowed.
This is when your interior D has to be on high alert.
Out left to the wing. Here's Morrison. He drops it from range. Morrison's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Stolen. And they're on the run. Fires the 3. The shot by Terry, no good.
He hasn't been able to find his touch this quarter.
To me, it appears he's starting to lose his composure a little bit. We'll see if he can regroup and get back into a better rhythm.
Wow. Siakam putting something extra on that one. Just a gifted player with style and substance.
He's so clutch. When the pressure is at its highest, that's when he's at his very best.
Lowry, the pass to Leonard. 5 to shoot. That's good. And so Lowry with the assist. Leonard's got 6 in the quarter.
Leonard doesn't shy away from these moments, embracing his role as a leader for his team.
Here's Lowry. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
First personal foul. First team foul. Shooting for the Raptors, Kyle Lowry. 2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one.
You can just see and feel the passion behind the play of Kyle Lowry. It's like he's always got something to prove every time he's out there, and that energy is contagious. It spreads to his guys as well.
Both free throws good from Lowry.
Making shots at the line. You need a good routine, and he certainly has one.
Three-pointer. And Montreal hits again from deep.
You want to talk about mental toughness and much in the clutch? Terry wants the ball in those situations.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Here's Lowry. And again, Toronto, no good. And it's Montreal's ball. They trail by 3. Here's Morrison. Pass to Terry. To tie it up. Rebound, Toronto.
At this point, I'm not sure if it's the play calling or the player himself.
And again, Toronto, no good. Here's Morrison. The shot is good, and this game is back to even.
This has been their game plan here in the final period. We'll see if it continues to work out.
You know what? Teams can get a little 3-happy down the stretch sometimes. Letting it fly.
This is why this team turns to Siakam in big moments. They trust him to come through.
At the line for the Raptors, Pascal Siakam. Shooting 1.
This is what makes him special, his ability to come through in these spots.
A minute 15 left in the game. Launches it. They get the rebound. Here's Terry. Three-pointer off the mark.
Misfires again, and the ball just refuses to cooperate with him. It's a tough day so far.
Ooh, and Leonard throws it down.
That was a ginormous bucket by Leonard. Big-time performer.
Here's the 3. He connects. And he's brought them within 2 points now.
Great to see guys who don't back down under pressure.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game. Yes. I think he'll think twice about attempting that shot next time. The defense was right on top of him there.
Goes back up. And he buries it. Huge basket right there. And Toronto calls time here.
It's T-shirt bonanza.
Let's take a moment to present the New Balance Player of the Game, Pascal Siakam.
And what an unbelievable offensive performance from him tonight. I mean, it's been crazy fun to watch him just go off. I mean, the defense had no chance. He just kept scoring over and over again.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Thanks, guys. Toronto's head coach had some words for his team over the break. He tried to loosen the tension a little, asking his guys, are we having fun? I know I am. Just relax out there and follow the game plan. We've got this.
As always, Allie, we thank you.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Boy, it's been a 3-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
And Toronto calls time here. They're losing by 3. 24 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. There's 21 seconds left in the final quarter.
Boy, right now they're just getting a fantastic effort from Kyle Lowry.
Here's Morrison. Misses the tray. Leonard looking over the floor. It's off.
You know, at the end of the day, size does matter, especially on the glass.
Time expires. We're going to overtime. We've got more hoops coming your way in just a minute. Well, 4 quarters weren't enough to decide this ball game. Sit back and enjoy as we move on to overtime. And so here's Montreal. And it's Morrison in at the 4 spot. This one for 3. They grab their own miss. Here's Aguirre. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. To the inside, Lowry. Rebound by Terry.
Whew, I think he wants that one back. I mean, he knows he's capable of better.
It's stolen by Leonard. Fast break. Here we go. And here's Lowry from the arc. It's good. And give the assist to Siakam.
You know, sometimes you don't like to see guys pull up from three-point range on the break, but for him, with nobody on him, that's a pretty good shot.
And so Toronto takes the win. Things looked a little uneven for them down the stretch, but in overtime, they took control.
And B.A., I don't think they expected this one to be so hard-fought. But when they went into overtime, they really poured the gas on the fire.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching the NBA presented by 2K Sports. So long, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to NBA basketball on 2K Sports. With Hall of Famer Grant Hill and Brent Barry, this is Brian Anderson. We'll be hearing from Allie LaForce from the sideline. We've got Devin Vassell, and it's Brown in at the 2. Stepped on the line, out of bounds there, and that will cost him a possession. Over to the wing, Hill for 3, and that comes off the assist by Green. Hill's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Halliburton against Brown. Okafor down low, lays it up and banks it in.
Smart play call to get him something at the rim.
Well, taking advantage of that opportunity, it does not get any more high percentage than that one.
Hill the pass to Halliburton. Jacks up with 3, and Montreal hits again from deep.
And Halliburton just sees the play before the play.
Hill's gone 2 for 2 from distance tonight. Pass to Vassell. Moody on the wing. Misses the 3.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Outside, Hill from behind the arc. Hits the trifecta. Hill's got 9 points now in the quarter.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Maybe trying to find a little bit more space and ball movement to get guys open.
He's really getting to his spots and capitalizing in the final quarter.
Here's Brown. No good. Unable to win this run. Grant wouldn't be a bad idea here to slow it down.
Yeah, the coach is definitely looking for patience and execution.
And here's Moody. Vassell right side. Let's go with a 3. It's not going to go for him.
Yeah, not a fan of that one, guys. He wants to help his team cut into this deficit. He should not be attempting those kind of shots.
In transition, here they come, and the basket by Brown.
One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
Hill for 3, knocks down the long J. Hill's got 12 points in just the second half.
And their strategy is obvious. Manufacture looks from outside the arc.
And I don't know how they keep doing this, but every time down, the resulting possession ends up at the three-point line and a fairly efficient shot attempt at that.
Oh, wasted no time on that one.
They're starting to pull away here as their shots keep falling.
Start to feel their confidence. That's the difference between the success they're having now and the struggles they faced earlier.
Failing to find a rhythm offensively. Something that needs to change and change soon.
Yeah, they're like a 4-day-old soda right now, just flat. They're missing shots left and right and just not playing their best.
And now we present our New Balance Player of the Game.
And it's been a treat to watch because this has been his game tonight. He's shouldered all the offense and continues to lead the charge for his ball club. His scoring and ability to score in bunches is showing really no signs at all of letting up.
Boy, it's not hard to be blown away by his level of play. It's never easy winning on the road, but to do it in this fashion, that's a special performance right there.
Lead passes like that are so hard to defend. He never had to break his stride, so full speed, 2 points.
Hill can't connect.
I admire the play call. They just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, an efficient offensive possession. They found the look that they wanted, just didn't go in.
Now here's Brown. Vassell passes to Kersey.
Oh, man.
Oh! And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
It's nice they found their rhythm here, but the clock is just not their friend.
Yeah, it's tough to mount a comeback like this and then fall oh so short. I'm sure that's weighing on them just a little bit.
Moody passes to Okafor. And here's Vassell. Outside Moody. Lets it go from deep. They get it back. Second chance effort. Okafor can't get it to go.
Got to appreciate the aggressive defense he brings.
Well, it's about the defensive end, and that's what guys feed off. He gives the effort down there at all times.
Here's Brown. And Burke pulls it down. They can simply hold on to the ball here.
No question, B.A. They deserve the win.
Shot's good by Hill.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
And so it's Montreal with the W. Boy, this crowd has to be shocked by the way their team was dismantled.
Shocked and surprised. It doesn't matter what the matchup is. You never expect a road team to just waltz in and cruise to the type of victory like we saw tonight.
And that'll do it, folks. Alongside Brent Barry, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson with our entire 2K crew thanking you for watching. And we'll see you next time.
Welcome, everyone. Let's get ready for some NBA basketball on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan, joined at the broadcast table by Greg Anthony and Coach Stan Van Gundy. And as always, we'll hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge.
Here we go.
Gervin out there with Hudson. Then there's Chamberlain. Then there's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. And it's Crawford at the one spot.
But here's the problem. No one's got the strength to move Wilt off his spot, and no one has the height to challenge the shot at its point of release.
Gets the three-pointer to fall.
They continue to battle out there, so close to taking the lead.
Yeah, this is definitely a close one. Let's see if they have enough in the tank to take the lead here.
Fires from the wing. Good. Great play by Green to set it up.
Well, you wonder why we're seeing so many points tonight. Just look at the D.
Not a lot of resistance, and trying to just outscore other teams, generally not the best recipe for long-term success.
Just a tiny lead for him.
And a chance to make it a little bigger right here.
And another three for Montreal.
And good to see Hill knocking down the long ball, because that really will help his confidence.
They need this. Andy Chamberlain drops it in. Chamberlain got 4 points now in the quarter.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Well, with him, he's dangerous because he's so confident. He wants to deliver in these moments.
Montreal on D after Grant Hill's three-pointer that didn't go. Gilgeous-Alexander against Green. They get it back, and it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Hill. A second chance effort. Chamberlain and can't hit the shot, but they're saying he got hacked, so he'll head to the free throw line.
Team foul.
Wow, he got whacked on that one. Shouldn't be much debate there.
Wilt Chamberlain, 2 shots.
Take a break. 2 shots.
He misses the free throw. And he's good on the second. Here's Halliburton. And here's Green outside. Sinks the three-point. Green's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
2 minutes remaining.
Gilgeous Alexander surveying the D. And stolen by Aguirre. Halliburton outside. Some nice passing by Montreal here. And the basket by Hill.
Yeah, coming down the stretch, they've become reliant upon their perimeter game.
Well, if you're looking to get points in a hurry as the game clock's running down, that's certainly the way to do it.
How about the floor awareness by Gilgeous Alexander? Solid at just spotting his open teammate.
And here's Hill for three. And another three for Montreal.
And you know what? They've been on a nice run here, had the ability to widen the gap. Now they are rolling.
Yeah, but we know momentum can flip the other direction very quickly. You can't get complacent now.
You gotta like what Grant Hill has done in this game.
Absolutely on fire. They need to regroup and figure out a way to slow his roll.
And now let's take a look at the New Gallants player of the game, Grant Hill.
This has been a one-man show all the way. He's taken it upon himself to carry the entire weight of their offense. And with all the scoring he's done, I don't know how he's had enough energy to even get back on D.
He silenced this crowd with an unreal display. His ability to drown out the noise and the hostility of an opposing crowd is pretty special. And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, the head coach of the home team had some words for the team during the break. And he begged his guys to get after it on the break. He said, let's keep up the tempo, guys. You know how dangerous we are on the break. Be confident with the ball. Take risks. Move it, guys.
Thank you, David.
And that's just too easy. The size, strength, length. No way to stop Chamberlain once he gets the ball in that close.
They can take their time on this possession.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. Just give themselves a little bit of a break.
And the basket by Hill.
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
And at this point, the focus is take care of the ball, no needless fouls, and no threes.
And you gotta like that they found something positive here, something that maybe carry overs into the next game.
Yeah, a loss stings a little less if you at least feel like you put up a fight, but only a little less.
Taking no chances, they go on one last run to seal the deal.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
Now here's Green. Unloads. And there's Grant Hill on the assist by Green.
That one's going to be the final dagger, and these guys can now celebrate.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to let up, and I like that. Keep pouring it on.
Oh, you hear that sound? That's the
yep.
flushing of the toilet right there.
Greg, a fierce two-hander. Green finds Hill. And another three for Montreal.
Their ability, again, to stretch the floor, particularly in this second half.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
So we see Montreal get the win here. This crowd was stunned by the manner in which their team was dismantled.
You know what? Shocking. I don't care what the matchup is. You never expect a road team to come in and just cruise to the kind of win
And so off the tip, it's New York. And here is Doncic. Carter on the wing. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic.
And you gotta respect Luka's passing skills. Just a multi-talented player who is all about sharing the basketball.
Ivy with it. He's picked up by Doncic. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
New York ball. For New York, Adem Bona.
Here's Doncic. Here's Carter. Pass to Bona. Malone with the rebound. And here's Malone. He'll bring it up for Montreal. It's a 3-point game.
New York foul. Adem Bona. First personal foul. First team foul.
And so it's Montreal now. Here's Ajinça. Good on the three-point shot.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Floats one. Here's Bargnani. Goes up with it again. And Bargnani throws it down.
Nothing soft about the putback there.
And why chance it, right? Take the dunk if you've got it.
And that's his MO. Be physical, get in position for the putback, and throw it down. Defense got to know that's what he's looking to do.
The assist by Luka Doncic.
Excellent at dishing the rock. Luka with the nice feed.
On the wing, Malone. Here is Ajinça. Oh, that's blocked. Pass to Bona. And here's Carter. Bucket number 3. He's a perfect 3 for 3 to start.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's Malone. Pass to Ajinça. Shot clock at 6. Montreal needs to get off a shot. Shot's good from Bargnani.
And how about Lou there running the offense? Just has a knack for finding his guys in the right spots.
The shot by Carter. Nobody around. It's good on the putback.
Oh, a nice tip in to salvage the points from that missed shot.
Yeah, and those second chance points can add up. Now here's Ivy.
New York
out of bounds. New York takes possession. And so it's New York with it. Carter outside. Fires the 3. Carter can't get that one to fall.
And he might have thrown himself off when he saw how much space he had from 3.
Oh, and there's the alley-oop.
Love to see him inside passing like this, as well as guys being on the same page.
Pass to Vanderbilt. Over Bargnani. Bona. And again, it's New York.
Anytime you get a look that good, oh, it's a great trip.
There's 42 seconds left in the first half. Here's Lou. Still scoreless.
New York foul.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Luka Doncic.
First personal foul.
That's his first
Second
foul.
Team foul.
Here's Malone. Six to shoot. Over Vanderbilt.
Karl Malone.
Again, Montreal scores.
A lethal shooter from mid-range. Malone loves taking those shots when the D gives him the space.
Here's Carter. Another field goal for him. 4 for 6 shooting tonight.
I know what they say. Defense wins championships, but you need some bucket getters too now.
Driving to the basket. Kicks it out to Bargnani. And it is good. The buzzer. Wow.
New York.
Smart.
13.
So the clock runs out.
Montreal. 13.
Whoops, they pick off the pass. Here's Lou. Hachimura comes with the double team. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
You can tolerate gas like that sometimes, but in a close game, man, I tell you what, that really hurts.
Down low. And here's Montreal. 4-point game.
Okay, well, I like his aggressiveness, but like the defense was waiting on him that time.
Pass to Carter. To the middle. Malone with the steal. Ajinça with it. And it's Carter picking him up. Ivy with it.
And you have to appreciate the all-out effort Jay Ivy gives you on the court. He works so hard to find ways to get involved and prove he belongs
to Montreal. Jaden Ivey taking 2 shots.
No good on that one.
Wow. Well, what, did he have something in his eye on that shot?
Maybe. And that trip coming up empty, missing both.
Assisted by BC.
Here's Lou. Out to the right wing. Now Ajinça. Pass to Lou. Sent away. And he's able to get it back. And it's out of bounds to Montreal. They'll retain possession. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Ajinça in the post.
New York.
Nice work to get it inside and draw contact.
First personal foul.
And he knocks down the first one.
Shooting for Montreal.
And Ajinça drops them both.
For a star like him, you get lots of opportunities at the line, and he's great at cashing them in.
Here's Ivy. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
New York ball.
Carter outside. Now here's Ivy. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
New York ball.
Yeah, another miscalculation. They are really their own worst enemy right now. It's why they find themselves way behind.
To the inside.
The assist by Luka Doncic.
Here's Lou.
Tyronn Lue.
New York with the ball. They're on a 14-4 run right now. Carter outside.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
Pass to Malone. Vanderbilt with it. Here is Carter. Some nice passing by New York here. And here's Montreal. It's a 13-point game. It's stolen by Hachimura. Carter with it. Picked up by Malone. Here's Lou.
Carter.
Bargnani down low. Oh, my goodness. What a play. Pass to Hachimura. And here's Montreal. Carter comes in with the double team. It's stolen by Carter. And here we go. Carter heading to the hoop. Here's Lou. Carter comes in with the double team. And it's sent back by Carter. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Carter. Here's Malone. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
New York ball. And just a little too lax with that possession, and it cost them.
And if they want to come back in this game, look, they got to clean up those mistakes.
So no problem for New York as they get the win. They poured it on tonight. Dominant showing in front of a crowd that loved every minute of it.
And, you know, this game could really be a defining one for what they can do when they are playing at their best. I mean, being here at home, no doubt helps, and the execution was flawless.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. This is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching. See you next time. Tip-off goes to Montreal. Malone outside. Over Vanderbilt. No good off the back of the rim.
Well, terrific defense. They obviously respect his ability and just want to make it tough.
No one near Doncic as he lets it fly. Trains the three-pointer.
Luka from way downtown.
Here's Lou. Shoots over Doncic. Buries it from about 10 feet away.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
Out to Carter. Jacks up a three. It's rebounded by Montreal.
You will not see this guy miss many of those. He's one of the keys to their floor spacing.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
Here's Bargnani. It's deflected. And he's going up for the alley-oop. And it's out of bounds to New York. They'll retain possession.
In for New York, Adam Boda.
Back to Carter. And then Carter with the jam.
And that's what Carter does best. Knifing his way inside so he can finish with the easy slam.
Now, here's Ivy. Clock at 4. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
New York ball.
Here's Doncic. Carter outside. Three-pointer. The shot's good on the assist by Doncic. Carter's got 5.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Now, here's Ivy. Over Carter. Goes back up. Bargnani. Here's Lou. Nails the wide-open jump shot.
You have to have the vision to find the open man. Beautiful pass.
It's stolen by Ajinça. Here's Bargnani. And the bucket is good. Three-point play chance here for him.
Yeah, heard the whistle and then kept his focus and able to still knock it down.
For Montreal.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here.
At the line for 1.
The free throw drops for Bargnani. And so it's Carter who brings the ball up for New York. From downtown. And again, New York with the triple.
And he found a perfect spot behind the arc there. Big gap in the D.
Now, Ivy. There's 53 seconds left to play in the first half. 5 to shoot. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
New York ball.
There's 47 seconds left in the first half of basketball. The shot by Carter. Nobody around. The shot's good on the assist by Doncic.
Boy, what a feel Luka Doncic brings to the game. This guy always willing to get his teammates involved.
Ivy with it. He has yet to score. Out of bounds. New York takes possession. 26 seconds left to play here in the half. Outside Carter. And again, New York with the triple.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
And I think the defender knows once he gets cooking, look out. The bucket looks awfully big to him right now.
And here's Ivy. And that concludes the first half.
Second quarter with the score. New York, 17. Montreal, 7.
Doncic outside. Here's Bargnani. Now, here's Ivy.
A shot like that is a polite way to say, hey, coach, bench me.
And funny thing is, if that doesn't get you benched, I have no idea what would.
Bargnani up top.
Andrea Bargnani.
And so it's Hachimura who brings up the ball for New York. Pass to Carter. Now Ivy. Stolen by Carter. And it's out of bounds to New York. They'll retain possession.
Remains New York ball.
And so it's Montreal now. A 12-point game. Ivy with it. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
New York ball.
One of those nights where the wheels come off, nerves seem to be playing a factor.
Here is Doncic. Carter left side.
It's Carter, 3.
Here's Ivy. Stolen by Carter. And here's the fast break. He lobs up the alley-oop pass.
2 points.
And Jared Vanderbilt gets the whistle that time. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Personal foul.
And he needs to get himself under control here. That's 2 fouls in less than 60 seconds.
On the wing, Malone. Carter with the block. Now, here's Doncic. Picked him clean. Now, Ivy. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
New York ball.
New York with the ball. 17-point lead, their biggest.
Hold on.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Luka Doncic.
Personal foul.
That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Over to the left wing.
Alexis Ajinça.
Doncic with it. To the middle. Trying to find Hachimura. Gets it to him.
Rui Hachimura.
Here's Lou. It's stolen by Carter. And here we go. Carter heading to the hoop. Malone with the block. Pass to Lou. Throws it up high.
Andrea Bargnani. The assist. Tyronn Lue.
And here is Hachimura. Here's Lou. Right wing.
He couldn't believe how open he was. He just couldn't convert it.
Clearly a foul.
Karl Malone. First personal foul. First team foul.
And that one falls for Vanderbilt.
Jared Vanderbilt. 2 shots.
And he makes both free throws. And so it's Montreal now. 19-point game. It's stolen by Carter.
Throwing it down. Assisted by BC.
Now, here's Ivy. Out of bounds, New York takes possession.
New York ball.
Here's New York. Carter outside. Now, Ajinça. Carter looking around.
Vince Carter, 3.
Here's Lou. Doncic with the steal. It's Vince Carter on the wing.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
And that's going to be a turnover. They call him for 8 seconds.
New York ball.
And you could see what he wanted to do there, but that was a tough giveaway.
And I think the intention doesn't always equal the result. Wrong play, wrong time.
So the wing on the left. New York with the ball. They're on a 20-4 run right now.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
New York moving it around.
Three-pointer, Jared Vanderbilt.
Here's Lou. Pass to Ajinça. On the wing, Malone.
Karl Malone.
Here's Doncic. Vanderbilt with it. To the right side. And here's Bargnani. Now, here's Ivy.
That's an 8-second violation.
And there's the 8-second call as they can't get it across half court in time. Here is Carter. So no problem for New York as they get the win. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team by far tonight.
And you got to commend this sort of dominance, particularly here at home. It's a great feeling when you play almost a perfect game and to have that crowd be so pumped up.
And that about wraps it up. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. So long, everyone. Tip-off goes to the Celtics. Here's Collier. Pass to Banton. Shot clock at 5. Launches a 3. That one's in, his first shot this game.
3. And the first of many to come. Explosive offensive talent on both sides.
And that's the story of the league right now. Most any team can beat any other team on any given night.
Here are the Celtics with the ball. It's a 3-point game. There's the 3. It's rebounded by Montreal. To the inside. Malone. And Jock with the block. Here's Banton. Here's Collier. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Here's Malone. Here's Bargnani. And Jock with the block. And Bargnani throws it down. Here's Boston now. Pass to Banton. Puts up a 3. Buries the long-range jumper. Banton's got 6 points.
Good way to start this game. You want to get him rolling as early as possible.
He's a guy, if he gets hot, he can carry your offense for long stretches.
Here's Collier. Pass to Banton. Down low. Malone with the steal. And here's Ivy. And it's out of bounds. Okay, they say it was last touched by Ivy. Here's Collier. Pass to Banton. Just 5 on the clock. Fires the 3. It's rebounded by Bargnani. Montreal trails by 4. And he's going up for the alley-oop. Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
And you can see him give a little nod and then just burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
A pair of teammates, Greg, with a terrific feel for each other.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball. Now, here's Ivy. And out of bounds as the Celtics gain possession. Celtics leading by 4. Pass to Bull. Here's Banton. He has 6. Down to 5 on the shot clock. For the 3. And the Celtics hit again from deep.
Just reliable, guys. He's just always trying to make the right play.
$15 seconds left to play in the first half. Here's Lou. Scoreless thus far. No good, and tight defense there bothered that shot. It'll count. He's off on that one. And that does it for the first half of play. Celtics lead by
4. The Boston team. 11.
Jinza trying to break free.
With the basket.
Here's Collier. Out left to the wing. Ball inside.
And the size Ball has poses problems for any defense, especially when he's trying his best to be aggressive.
For Boston. Ball. At the line for 2.
And so Ball nails both of them.
This is what makes him a challenge to stop. He will beat you from the floor, and he can also beat you from the line.
And it's out of bounds. The Celtics will take it the other way.
The ball goes to Boston.
Here are the Celtics with the ball. 7-point game, the biggest lead in the game. Pass to Benton.
Delano Benton.
Here's Lou. And he lobs it up toward the rim. And Ball sends it
The ball
back.
goes to Boston.
Out of bounds, Boston takes possession. And here's Williams now. He'll bring it up for Boston.
Williams.
And here's Montreal. A 12-point game. Pass to Ajinza. Outside, Malone.
And that's the last guy you want to defend inside. Malone is just too good
foul.
near the hoop.
First team foul.
The first one falls.
For 2.
And both free throws good for Malone.
Just solid. Really one of the very best there is at the free throw line.
Pass to Benton.
Delano Benton. 3 points.
Here's Lou. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
The ball goes
He
to
got a
Boston.
little ahead of himself there trying to pull the team even.
Well, that's a big miscue, and you hate to see that happen at this point in the game.
Pass to Benton.
Delano Benton.
And so it's Montreal now. Here's Lou. Here he goes. Now Bargnani.
Andrea Bargnani.
Here's Collier. Here's Jop, guarded by Malone. Pass to Bull. Bargnani with the ball. Now Bull.
Wow, he got whacked on that, which shouldn't be much debate there.
Second personal foul. Second team foul.
And he can't get the first one.
At the line for the Celtics, Sagana Diop.
He hits the second from the line. Here's Lou. And it's blocked. And he keeps control of the ball. Nice ball movement by Boston.
Ball.
Pass to Ivy. And out of bounds as the Celtics gain possession.
Ball.
Here's Benton.
He couldn't believe how open he was. He just couldn't convert it.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
I think expect them to go back to it because that's the kind of shot this offense is designed to generate.
Ball. Assist goes to Delano Banton.
Now, here's Ivy. Out of bounds, Boston takes possession.
The ball goes to Boston.
One of those nights where the wheels come off, nerves seem to be playing a factor.
On offense, here are the Celtics. They're on an 18-4 run right now. Pass to Banton.
Delano Banton.
For three.
And here's Ivy. And there's the foul. It'll go on Delano Banton. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Here's Malone.
Got to credit the defense. They found a way to stop him, and that's never an easy task.
Williams.
Here's Lou.
No matter what looks they get, they just can't convert to stop this run.
And I think you can start to feel their frustration mounting. With every missed bucket, it becomes more and more desperate.
And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says, I think, Greg, an awful lot about this team.
I guess they don't need home cooking to feel at home. I mean, Kevin, just a masterful performance all the way around.
And that about wraps it up. This is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening. Pittsburgh starts out with the ball. Pass to Bates. Nice pass, nice catch, and a resounding dunk.
And that's the kind of lead pass we've come to expect from him.
And here's Montreal. Here's Lou. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation.
Pittsburgh ball.
Here's Bates to the middle. Here's Garnett. Pittsburgh working the ball around. And again, it's Pittsburgh with a 3.
3 points.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let-up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Lou can't get it to go.
How about the timing he shows there to challenge that shot?
Yeah, not easy to do there, and that's a guy that you can tell takes every possession defensively very seriously.
Here's Lou. Jensen with it. Tipped away. Irving with the steal. Here's Bona. The kick out to Irving. Malone with the steal. He lobs up the alley-oop pass. And Bargnani throws it down.
And hard to decide which was better, the pass, the catch, or the slam.
Oh, there's no wrong answer. Sensational alley-oop.
That's a shocker there. Did not expect him to miss from that range. He's got to be shooting close to 60% from there.
Out of bounds.
And out of bounds as Pittsburgh gains possession. Outside Billups. Pass to Bates. And again, it's Pittsburgh missing. Over in the corner at Jensen. Malone outside. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
The ball goes to Pittsburgh.
Launches it. Drills the three-pointer.
Ronnie Bates.
Bates has got 8 points.
Yeah, here's a list of things I don't want to do, and right at the top is guard that guy.
And out of bounds as Pittsburgh gains possession. For Jaden Ivey, the offense, Brent, looks great. Defensively, though, there's a lot to improve on.
Well, sometimes as an individual defender, you can look worse because the team defense isn't there. And so there's been sort of this reflective quality about that. But for Jaden to take on or take the next step, certainly defensively, with all of that athletic ability, he could be elite on that end of the floor.
Clock is at 3. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. We've got 1:08 left here in the first half of basketball. They get a hand on it. Down low. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down. Billups has got the lead up to 10 now for Pittsburgh.
Continuously working in close. Billups earning that bucket.
Inside. Lou. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
Love seeing a point guard who can explode to the rim like that.
Oh, great attitude and even a better finish.
Well, just seeking out weaknesses in the defense and then exploiting it.
First team foul.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
Pass to Ajinça. Fires from the wing. Pittsburgh pulls it in.
Well, mid-range is where he makes the money. So when the D's slow to get out on him, always surprising to see him miss from there.
Here's Bates. 8 points for him. Pass to Billups. And so we conclude the first half.
Second quarter.
It's Pittsburgh.
Montreal 4, Pittsburgh 12.
Here's Lou. To the paint.
And that's just great work there to get in the shooter's face and then go and corral that backboard.
Julius Erving. Assist from Adem Bono.
Here's Lou. Not watching the line there. That'll be a backcourt violation.
Pittsburgh ball.
Here's Bates. And here's Bargnani. Here's Bates.
Amani Bates. 3.
Here's Lou. And Billups over to help. And the ball's tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
It will be a re-jump.
And Pittsburgh starts out with the ball. To the inside.
Amani Bates.
And here's Montreal. It's a 13-point game. Right side, Billups.
Chauncey Billups. Assisted by Kevin Garnett.
And stolen by Billups. To the middle. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. That one on Malone.
First team foul.
That passion that Garnett plays with
Shooting
is
for
really
Pittsburgh.
infectious. He's always talking and trying to get himself and his guys going.
Now, Ivy. Some nice passing by Montreal here. Here's Lou. Pass to Bargnani. 6 to shoot. And Pittsburgh with the possession here.
They create such a great opportunity right at the rim, and he just can't get it to go. Even with the defense not really a factor.
Always going up for the alley-oop here. On the wing, Irving.
Julius Erving.
Here's Lou. And Chauncey Billups gets the whistle that time.
Chauncey Billups.
That's his first foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
The ball goes to Pittsburgh.
And to make that mistake at this